So good morning, everyone. Thank you, all of you who've arrived on time. Appreciate it. We're going to do like about 3 to 5. We know people are still wandering in, but just so everybody can settle a little bit, we're going to do like 3 or 5 minutes of just quiet meditation, whatever your practice is, just so we can arrive and settle. And then as people come in, they can be quiet. And then I'll do a little bit of introduction. So thank you again, everyone, for coming to dialoguing our differences. Before I do a little introduction, I'm going to take care of some housekeeping things, just so we get logistics cleared up. So bathrooms, if you go outside, they're on the far right. You go through a couple hanging panels, and they're there. Schedule, you all have a schedule. A couple of adjustments, changes. We'll have tea break at 10:30, and then this afternoon, right after the breakout sessions. And we'll have lunch at the time that's designated from noon to 1:30. The lunch will be up in the dining hall. We'll go out the back or just go up the hill. So the Tibetan community has prepared lunch for us. There's a change in the schedule. Unfortunately, Judy Saul came down ill, so she's not able to be here. And so as a substitute, there's another breakout. You got a separate sheet on a breakout session on trauma-informed care. That'll be the replacement for Judy's breakout session. As part of the introduction, I was thinking this morning to help you all understand our journey as a community and planning group, as how we landed here in terms of this particular topic. So this library and learning center is that of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the 14th great Dalai Lama. Namgyal Monastery is the American home monastery of His Holiness. In India, Namgyal Monastery serves His Holiness exclusively. For teachings and rituals, everything's done in support of him. And so our work here in Ithaca with the states is the same. So he has 4 commitments that he always comes back to, and one of those commitments being interfaith dialogue. And so our role here in Ithaca is our charge, he's been very clear, is that we're to hold interfaith conferences. His focus over time with interfaith has been to mostly focus on our shared values and practices in relationship to things like loving kindness and compassion. And so our first Interfaith and Secular Ethics Conference in the fall, which was the first weekend after Labor Day, and after our opening ceremony, was focused on discussion from different traditions about those values, of how they're expressed in everybody's tradition, and practices used to support those. And we had well over 200 people attend that event, so we were all very excited and enthusiastic. And so many of the leaders and groups who were there thought that it might be a good idea to have another smaller event or two before. So the conference in the fall was the beginning of an annual conference we'll have every year. And so we thought we would try having some smaller events to keep some of the momentum going. And so that's what we're trying to do here. The topic we landed on evolved over time. So there was a group of about 22 leaders who were at the fall conference, and then about a subset of them of about, I think there were a dozen or so, became part of a core planning group. And discussion in that group evolved over time. So there was still some desire to focus on our shared values, but there was also an acknowledgement that we can't ignore the conflicts that exist in our personal lives, in our communities, and definitely what we see in the world at large. So there was some desire to talk about conflict. So that came out of our first conversation, and then to do that, we realized we needed to build trust, and to build trust, you need to build relationships. So we slowly kind of came to this place of focusing on dialogue and as a way to build that trust and build that community. And His Holiness has a beautiful statement that happened to pop up around the time we were planning for this, which is on the front of your schedule. It says, peace does not mean the absence of conflicts. Differences will always be there. Peace means solving these differences through peaceful means, through dialogue, education, knowledge, and humane ways. And so through the discussions we had in the planning group and suggestions from different people about speakers, we landed on that we would have an event where we focused on developing skills as a shared group and an approach to dialogue that we can carry forward as we actually talk about the conflicts or differences that we might have, that we have a baseline of where we're coming from and what our goals in doing that. So this morning is focused on developing some of those skills. So Susan Cosentini will take the lead here in the morning and take us through exercises. She's done lots of training with many groups on listening. That we often, just talking with her briefly, we often think we're listening, but we're usually planning what we're going to say next. And so how to step back and really listen and listen more deeply. And Gladys Bregman will spend some time helping us talk through how to speak skillfully and be clear about what we mean when we're talking with each other. After lunch, we'll have 4 breakout sessions that will have different approaches to dialogue or skills that can be used in dialogue. So as you read through those, you might think, oh my God, I have to choose one of these. What am I going to, I want to do them all. Well, we do, unfortunately, you'll have to choose one, but the final breakout panel will be for the different people in breakouts to kind of summarize a little bit so everybody gets a taste of each of them and then some of the discussions that happen during them. So I just want, in closing, just want to point out, not everybody who's, maybe this is your first time here, this is designated as the Peacemakers Hall. Our primary benefactor asked us to not only focus on the teachings of his Dalai Lama, but also some of the peacemakers whose pictures are on the back of the wall, and others who are committed to creating peace and nonviolence. And so my best hope here today is that we begin to plant the seeds of that approach so that the seeds of peace can blossom and grow in our community over time. And I guess for all of you to maybe briefly think what your own best hope for the day is, both yourself individually and what you're hoping you might learn and how you might grow from today, and then how you can take that out into the world, to your family and community in the world. So thank you again for coming.
Thanks, Tina. Thank you. So hi, I'm Sue Cosentini, and I'll be talking to you for about an hour, and then we'll take a tea break, a little break, and then I'll come back for 45 minutes to kind of wrap it up. So I want to thank Linda Iannone and the Dalai Lama Library and Learning Center for inviting me. I love giving these workshops. They're totally my passion and my self-expression, so I really love the opportunity. And you guys are all really to be commended for being here, because when you think about it, all we have is a choice between conversation and violence when things really matter, right? And you made the choice to be here. So guess what? You're the change agents that the world's looking for, right? So let me start with aggregating you, if possible. You're going to have to get with a partner, okay? So if you're isolated and don't have a partner next to you, please sit next to someone so that you can. Like, we have a space here for someone. So move next to someone so that you have a partner. I will be moving you around, so don't get attached to the outcome here. Don't get attached to your human. Yeah, thank you for doing that. Let me go ahead and edify myself real quick. So I'm Sue Cosentini. I'm a general contractor and a developer. I've been doing that for 100 years. I've probably remodeled or built over 600 homes in our area. In about 2009, I discovered this modality and was just basically blown away by it. Is my mic okay for everybody? Okay. And was really just blown away by the possibilities between people and just took it on to start doing free workshops once a month. I did them at Ithaca Community Childcare, and I just kind of once a month on a Saturday, I would send it out there. And I've had quite a few attendees, probably over 500 people have attended them. And then I've led them for organizations as well. Montessori, I see students in the physical therapy department. I led for NIPAN, which is a political action group, to bring them together. I tried to do a workshop in Spencer as it relates to the red-blue divide that they're experiencing down there. So a bunch of different organizations as well as individuals. So having said that, this conference is about human conversation, right, and human communication. You happen to be a bunch of humans. So the way we're going to start is we're going to do some exercises using your amazing human brains and vocalization apparatus right off the bat in order to illustrate some of the ways that we communicate as humans. So please turn to the person next to you, pick an A and a B quickly, and then look back at me. And if you have to introduce yourself, that's not a bad idea. Usually I have name tags, but we foregoed that formality at this one. All right, so A's, you're going to go first, and you're going to speak to B for about 1.5 minutes, okay? And you can choose anything you want to talk to your partner about, and you'll get a lot more value out of today if you pick something that really matters to you and that you really care about. Then you're going to go for 1.5 minutes, and then we will switch, and B's, while A is talking, this thing is too loud in my own ears. While B is talking, you may not speak back to them. Do not say anything. You can nod your head so that you know that they know that you're paying attention. They know just from your eyes, but for some reason that helps us think that they get that we're paying attention. So feel free to do that, but don't speak to them during the conversation or after, okay? When we're done, B's, we're going to switch, and B's, you're going to speak to A for about 1.5 minutes. Same thing. A's, you're not allowed to speak to B's. The only thing I want you to do when you're listening to your speaker, just make a mental note of what comes up for you or what you would have liked to have said back to your partner. Just a little quick mental note on that, okay? Does everybody understand? Go ahead. No, sorry. B may not respond to A. Don't say anything about what A said. Just launch into whatever you'd like to talk about. Whatever you're dealing with, putting up with, resisting, ignoring, anything like that. You can talk about something as banal as, I wonder what car I should buy next. You can do that. That's fine. Doesn't matter. But you'll get more value if it's something that is occurring for you that is there for you and maybe a little bit annoying, charged, okay? Now, I venture to guess that all of you have something like that in your life, and I can kind of gather that because you're breathing. If you're a human and you're breathing, you usually have something going on, okay? We almost all have some issue that's antagonizing us in life. So choose that, but you don't have to. You can pick mundacity if you prefer, okay? Is that clear now? You're just going to talk about your own subject. Everybody got it? All right, A's. Let me start my little clock here. A's, get ready to launch. A's, go ahead. Talk to your partner. Okay. A, stop. I forgot to tell you that whenever I do that, it's sort of jarring, and I apologize for that in advance. All right, so just kind of make a mental note of what you wanted to say back to your partner, and B's, you're going to go next. Ready, go. Question? No. B is just going to talk about anything they want. There's no relation. They don't have to talk about anything that A talked about. Just talk about whatever you want, just like A just did. Okay? All right. B's, please go ahead. Everybody have a partner? You're too late. Okay, B, stop. So, unfortunately, it looks like we have people coming in, and if you don't catch this in the beginning, it kind of wrecks the whole thing. So, I'm going to check and see. You guys hold that thought. I'm going to see if there's other people that are going to come in, because we might have to do that again. Not that you mind, right? You liked your conversations, right? Let me just check. 4 more people are coming in. Okay. Well, talk amongst yourselves. You can keep on talking, yeah. In fact, you can now have an exchange if you like. You can actually talk to each other. You can talk to each other, yeah, we gotta wait. Yeah, we gotta chill. You gotta sit with the people. If you guys are gonna participate. So that's it. Nobody else can come in.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just the way the exercises work. They can come at 11:30.
11:30.
But if anybody else is coming, they can't come in. Can you make sure that happens?
I can.
Thank you. All right. We're not letting anybody in after that. That fucks the whole
You're on mic. Yeah.
messes the whole thing up.
What are we supposed to do?
Okay, you guys, everybody that just had a partner, that just had a conversation, find somebody new and do it with velocity. So talk to somebody else. Find somebody else to sit with. Someone you haven't spoken to. Yeah, once I get you started, yeah. All right, does everybody have a partner? You all good? Everybody but Ravi? No, hang on, I'll give you instructions. Let's wait till everybody's settled. It's like musical chairs. If there is an odd number of people in the room, obviously my intentions are thwarted. So is there an odd, are you an odd person? Are you odd out? You guys are good? You're thwarted. Okay, come here. Come up here and I'll get you with someone. So what I want you to do is just sit with a pair. What's your name? Just sit with this, pull a chair up with these lovely ladies here. And just listen, okay? Because theoretically, you already had a opportunity to share. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing with a new partner, okay? I'm going to start with the B's. Pick an A and a B, please. Everybody pick an A and a B, or choose on the basis of your hair length, whatever, okay? No, hang on. B's are going to go first. B's, you can talk about a new thing, the same thing, anything you like, okay? But once again, you'll get value if it's something that matters to you, okay? So you can keep going, totally fine to keep going on what you started talking about, because obviously a minute and a half is not very long, right? So you might want to keep rolling, totally fine, okay? A's, when it's your turn, same thing. Do not speak back to B's at all. You can nod your head, and then you can talk about whatever you want, okay? You do not have to reflect on them. In fact, it's better if it's imperative that you not reflect back to them, that you only talk about you and what matters to you, okay? We're just going to do it for a minute and a half again with a new partner. Everybody cool? Well, there you go. We're good. We have an even number, sort of. All right, ready, B's? Go. Okay, B's, stop. For the new people that just came in, while you were listening to your partner, or afterwards, you're just making a mental note of what you wished you could have said back to them, okay? Everybody else kind of knows that's not, it was here before. So just make a mental note of that, and now, A's, you're going to go ahead. Ready, go. Okay, stop. Okay, sorry, I know that's jarring and annoying. But we'll have more opportunity to talk to each other, okay? But for this exercise, you're done. So let's take a few people want to tell me what came up for them or what they would have liked to have said back to their partner, but I didn't allow you to do that. Anybody that wants to offer that? Yeah. Oh, wait, I should say, please do not tell us what your partner talked about. Only tell us what you wished you could have said back to them. We don't need any backstory. Just what you wished you could have said. Or what came up for you, okay? Don't tell us about what they talked about. Go ahead. Right, so you want to sympathize with her and relate to her like that. Anybody else? Thank you. Yeah. Without speaking. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah, cool. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Anybody else? What came up for you? Glad?
I actually wanted to give advice and suggestions.
Of course. You are an Ithacan, after all. Yes. Hey.
My conversation brought up a lot of feelings about my own past.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Of course it did. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Diane.
This might sound odd, but what came up for me was being in the moment with that timer set, with knowing that nobody else was going to distract me. My phone is off.
Yeah.
And that just was kind of overwhelming for me, and I love that.
That's cool, isn't it? Put a little structure around our conversations. They'd probably go a lot better. Anybody else? Yeah. Wait, when you were listening or when you were talking? When you were listening to him, you were judging him the whole time. Whole time, yeah. Every word. What'd you say? The same? Anybody else? What came up for you when you were, yeah, Lisa, and then I'll go right back there.
I wanted to say, oh, that's really interesting. It was about a conflict that I'm not familiar with. And
Right, commenting on it a little bit, yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, a little bit, thank you so much, yes. That's a little translation there. Anybody else? Yeah. Yeah, so you got a little tiny training in a minute and a half. Yeah, cool. All right, anybody else that has a burning, something that came up for you that you really wished you could have said back to your partner? Yeah. You wanted to express grief? Yeah. Commiseration, that kind of thing? Yeah. Cool, okay, well, you all know what came up for you in your own head, and you kind of would arguably know generally what we do as human beings. And I'm going to make an argument that we can kind of chunk a lot of these default, many times default responses that arise for us in dialogue. And I call them, my chunking calls them the innate 8. That's a way to try to get you to remember it. And I have a handout of this, okay, you guys? I'm going to go through these really quickly. I have a handout of it. Do not take notes. Don't, do not take notes. They won't do you any good right now. I'm going to give you a handout. I want this stuff to land for you, not so much in your cognitive apparatus, but in your viscera. And that's why I do a lot of exercises and not have me speaking, because we all know that less than 2% of that actually lands over there where you are. So I'm going to go through these quickly, and then we're going to do more exercises. But to kind of go through, and I know the font's a little bit small on that. So look, the first category is obviously the biggest. We're always judging and evaluating. If we weren't judging and evaluating, we wouldn't be alive, right? We have to decide, is that the truth? Do I agree with them or do I disagree? And we're kind of judgment, meaning-making machines, so that's something that is an ongoing evaluation. So, it's like I would feel the same way. Yes, that is how I would have done that. That doesn't make a bit of sense. So we're constantly deciding, is it true? And that's going on in our heads. And then the second one is my favorite. I'm a builder. I like logic. Irrationality annoys me. And I want to run in, and I also really like being a hero. I don't know about you guys, but being a hero is pretty fun, especially if you can be a hero to another person. There's probably no greater sense of being valued on the planet than when you get to go fix a human, right? Super fun. And I want to do it all the time with my little cape and blue shorts, but it's bullshit. And, sorry, Don. I think he'd be cool with it. So, it's like, perhaps you should consider, haven't you always had trouble with male authority figures? It's crap like that we serve up to the person in their moment of really having something infinitely bigger than we've given time for, right? And then I just want to run in and fix it. Praise is extremely similar. Someone says, I'm really concerned about something. I don't think I'm going to be able to do well in that talk tomorrow. And we run in and say, oh, you're so good at that. You'll do great. And it's just a bunch of pablum that we toss onto their distress. And most of these are well-meaning. Don't get me wrong. We mean well. We don't have a lot of other tools in our arsenal. I'm going to give you another one today. So we serve these up on a regular basis because we really want to be with the person and show a level of connection, right? So then advice and moralizing. Now, come on. What do we all do when someone serves up advice to us? I mean, our brain inside our cranium turns around. But we're always quite ready to deploy that to some hapless victim, right? So, why don't you bring that up at the next admin meeting? Have you considered calling a lawyer, therapist, or accountant? It's always darkest before dawn. There's no free lunch. I mean, it just is so annoying. I mean, it shuts down a conversation typically. I mean, we've all seen it in our own heads. We just go, we turn into a glazed ham, when people deploy this stuff. Now, questions is the fifth one, and this is the hardest one for our intelligentsia here in Ithaca to get. And questions, we many times come up with questions because guess what? You can take in information 4 times as fast as they can speak it. So you get curious because it's not coming fast enough. It's like, well, I need more information. So you ask a question to resolve your curiosity. Guess what? That's not listening. You're satisfying something for yourself. That's not for them. That's for you. And the second question, or the second reason that we typically ask questions is we're trying to collect enough data so that we can give advice. You'll notice that. In your conversations from this point forward, you'll notice that that's what you're doing. Shut up. Don't ask questions. Leave them alone. I'm going to give you another way of listening that doesn't have you harvesting the information to get answers to your questions or to get an opportunity so you can be a hero to them, which, as we all know, is annoying. All right, then 6 is everybody's favorite, my similar story or experience. I don't care what they've done, I've done something similar. Women do this all the time when it comes to giving birth. They launch into each other's story about that whole thing. But it's like somebody goes on a vacation and you start telling about your trip to Hawaii or something like that. And it's really well-meaning. Don't get me wrong, I can get derisive about this. And it's really well-meaning, right? Because you are like, yeah, I had a cool thing like that, and you really serve it up because you're sure that it's a way of expressing to them that you get what it was like for them, you know? Yeah, when I was in Costa Rica, I saw those big parrots too, you know? And the thing about it is, you didn't give them any airtime. You just shut them down with your story right away, and it's well-meaning, but it doesn't work. Escape, reassurance, and sympathy is avoidance. You're trying to get away from how uncomfortable they are. You're uncomfortable with how uncomfortable they are, so you serve up a bunch of stuff like, I understand, I know how you feel, I'm sorry, that's so bad, it could have been worse. Okay, that's well-meaning too, but the best thing you can do for somebody who's suffering is to deepen their sorrow. And the reason that is that when you go with them where they are, oh man, it sounds like you had an amazing relationship with your father. I'm so sorry. You give them a permission to go where they want to go and feel what they want to feel deeply. But when you salvo them with some of this stuff, they basically get that you can't be with how disturbed and upsetting they are. Now, does this mean you might become a blubbering idiot with people at times? Yeah, it does. And there's no better communication than that, by the way. Yeah, you may end up just reaching your hand out and be crying with them, and that's okay. You know, that's more powerful communication than any crap that you can feed them like this. Okay, so I'm done with the innate 8, and like I said, I will give you criticism, blame, and threatening. That's obviously not listening. I throw it up there because it can occur in parent-child dynamic and employer and employee. Well, you were the one that demanded we keep our meetings to an hour. That's not listening, right? Clean up your room or you can't go to Tommy's later. You're just not thinking clearly. So that runs you through some of this is really, the reason I go through the innate 8 is to draw your attention to how we typically communicate. So the next time these things start coming out of your face, hopefully it triggers you to deploy the skill or the tool that I'm going to present to you today. It's not easy. This whole thing is simple, but it's not easy. Because these things, I call them innate for a reason. They're default. Human beings and every creature has negative bias. If you didn't have negative bias, you wouldn't survive. So these are things that we default to, and they don't have to be the way that we communicate. With this skill that hopefully you can use, you can catch this because you'll be so concentrated on another way of being. All right. So now you're probably going, what is that lady talking about? What am I supposed to say? This is it. This is everything I ever think, or especially the my similar story or the commiseration thing with them. What? Okay, so I get it. It's a little bit confusing. So go with me here while I just read a passage or try to have you go with me on this little journey. Can everybody visualize a chubby little waddling yellow farm duck? Can everybody see that in your mind's eye? Take that on. There is a condition called aphantasia that prevents people from actually visualizing things. So that's why I checked that you can all see a little yellow duck. Everybody sees a little yellow duck? Okay. Now imagine a horse. Everybody got a horse? Could be pinto, could be paint, which is the same thing, I think. Could be Appaloosa, could be chestnut, could be quarter horse, could be thoroughbred, whatever kind of horse you want, let's just get a horse, okay? In your head. All right, so imagine that the horse and the duck are really good friends. They play together every day in the barnyard. They have a really good time. They run around, the duck flies up onto the horse's back, and he rides her around, and they're just laughing and scratching all the time. They have a lot of fun together in the barnyard many, many days. One day, a goat comes into the barnyard, and the duck sees the goat from across the way, and is super excited, and runs over to the duck. She really wants to make a new friend. She runs over to the duck, and the goat's like, oh, wow, this is so cool, and they become fast friends, and they play together in the barnyard all the time, and this does not go unnoticed by the horse. One day, the duck brings her new friend to meet her old pal, the horse. Then the horse sees his friend and the goat approaching, and the horse lowers his head and looks the other way, pretending that he doesn't see the duck and the goat. All right, so you all watched that movie, right? You could see that movie. You could probably feel the feelings of the horse and the duck and maybe even the goat, right? I mean, you can kind of get the goat's like, what the heck's going on here, man? I like both you guys. So now here's the deal. The reason that you can you can feel their feelings is you weren't thinking. We did an end run on your prefrontal cortex, and we activated you in your occipital lobe, ideally. The visual centers are much more directly linked to the emotional centers. And so you could feel the feelings of these creatures, right? Because you were in a movie. That's why we go to movies, by the way, so we can feel things. So if we can keep that, if you can create the context and the scene while you're listening, you can actually experience the feelings of your protagonist, i.e. your speaker. You can sense what it's like to be them. Instead of listening to the words, which, come on, can we all agree that words are pretty blunt instruments for what's going on for a human being at any given time? I mean, they're crappy. They're crappy little tools that we deploy at each other, that we send out into the universe, hoping that they'll understand what we're saying. The listener is in the driver's seat in any conversation. It's incumbent upon you, as the listener, you're in the power seat to see if you can get what it's like to be them. You're not going to get it as much through the words as you are through the context. Is it difficult? It's not. It burns calories. It's not, when you're passing crap through your interpretation filter, that's easy. Now you have to pretend to be them. And you can do that best through your visual cortex, okay? So while you're listening, you want to listen to the words, but create images. And we'll get into the whole creation thing. But first, what I want you guys to do is give this a shot, okay, with your partner. So with your partner that you're with right now, what I want you to do is you're going to pick an A and a B, and A's you're going to go first for lack of creativity. A's, you're going to describe to B's something that you do that's an activity, something physical, like it might be going for a walk, it might be taking your dog for a walk, it might be making your breakfast, it might be ironing, if anybody still does that. It might be just making your coffee in the morning. It could be doing yoga, it could be going swimming, anything, okay? Anything physical that you do, just describe that to your partner. Partners, your job is to just see if you can see it. If you can, so the way that this works is typically when you're listening to someone, you get what's called you situate yourself what's called on the balcony, for lack of a better term, which means you're looking from a third elevated position at what they're describing. So if someone is going to talk to me about going swimming, I'm at the pool, I'm kind of higher up than them, and I'm watching them swim. As you get further into listening, as you get more skillful at this, you will become them in the pool. Like your skills will extend all the way to transporting yourself into their body and feeling the water as they're swimming. First, you're just watching them, and then you can move into their skin, into their body and experience life from their perspective. You know, if somebody comes to you and says, I haven't seen my dad in 10 years. He's coming to my house for Thanksgiving. Oh my God. You're watching her or him in their kitchen, and dad is walking in that's basically kind of a stranger, right? And you're watching this scene, you're like, whoa, but that's a little bit unnerving, right? And then you actually might become her and her relationship to dad. We don't know what it is. They tell us more as you go along. That's kind of hard, the teleportation thing, but at least you can be on the balcony and watching this scene, because you're going to get the sensation of it when you're in that position. Okay, so let's start with this really, really simple one of a physical activity. So turn to your partner, pick an A and a B. Are we lacking a third? You guys good? Okay. Everybody got a partner? All right, pick who's going first, and go ahead and describe something that you do physically. Okay, go. Okay, stop. And switch. And don't forget, listeners, you're not listening to words, you're just seeing images, ideally. Okay, ready? This is Bees. Bees, go ahead. Okay, stop. All right. You guys are very obedient. Thank you. How'd that go? Were you watching? Yeah? Was that more funner way to listen to people? Way more funner, isn't it? I love it. It's entertaining, which is what my little talk is this afternoon. It's like an adventure, right? You're kind of like watching a movie having fun. All right, so get that was easy, right? Because nobody was talking about abstract stuff, and people don't launch into a conversation giving you any freaking context. They just launch, I got pissed off at my boss the other day. He walked into my office. Now, there he did. He walked into my office. That's good. Build an office. There's a little bit of information there. Whatever information they give you to create a scene, you start building that scene as best you can. And you just use archetypes. It doesn't matter. It's fuzzy. It's way better than you listening through your filters, even if you make it up wrong. You can adjust it as you get more information, as you go down this little path with them. All right, so what I want you to try now is something that is a little bit more abstract. I want you guys, and you guys will rotate speakers and listeners in the triad back there. Thank you for doing that. Now let's do a little one. I might let you go a little bit longer, and you'll rotate your speaker now again, and it'll be a day in the life. Okay? So you're just going to say, I get up in the morning, I go make my coffee, I meditate in my meditation space, or whatever it is. And then, for some people, there might be people in your life that you see in the morning, like my daughter who's here, Jamie. She has a little daughter. She takes care of my granddaughter for me. It's very nice of her. She's got a little, she might describe her kid, right? And so you can look at her and you can look at everybody in this room and you can predict fairly safely the age of the people that might be in their lives, okay? Just do it. Be presumptuous. Create the individual that they might be describing. Make up their age. If you don't have a gender, make up the gender for a bit until you get more information. Then you convert or change it if you have to. And build these archetypes and put them in the scene with your protagonist. It doesn't matter that you don't have it right. Because as human beings, there's dynamics that show up. There's fields that occur, Parent-child is a particular field. And it's still there, parent-adult-child. Right? There's still some field there. There's a field between employer-employee, spouse-spouse, And you just got to try to start to imagine what that dynamic is. You don't have to have it right. This whole thing is kind of based on being willing to be wrong. Because you're on a journey. You don't know where you're going. There's no right or wrong in someone's conversation or whatever is happening for them. It's what's happening for them. One day one of my employees came to me and said, I got to leave at 2:30. I said, well, okay. What do you got to do? He said, well, I got to go to Pennsylvania and pick up my AK-47 for myself and my wife and my mom. Okay. I went ahead and said, why do you need that level of armamentarium? And he said, well, so that when the government comes and tries to invade my house and take my guns away from me, I have an AK-47. And so for me, when I'm listening, what was his name? Oh, his name was Al.
You don't want to know.
Well, I'm not going to tell you his last name. His name was Al, great worker, hard worker, great guy. So when he was saying that to me, I imagined his house. I was presumptuous, not a palace in Spencer, him in it with his mom and his wife and a helicopter floating overhead. A big, whatever, Black Hawk, gnarly looking helicopter. Because that's how it was for him. It's insanity. I get that. It doesn't matter what we think. That's what's going on for him. So I was like, oh, wow, so you're really concerned that you're going to be attacked by the government. Yes, I am. So that's what I'm saying. And it was amazing for me to go, wow. You actually think they'll send a predator to your house. Oh, okay. That's an amazing, fantastical thing to be thinking, but it's not my brain that's doing it, it's his. And it's not my job, but he might as well, because it's not like I'm going to convince him. Dude, if they wanted to take you out, right? If I could say anything I wanted, and it wasn't going to make a difference, but validating how the world occurs for him would make a difference in many, many ways. So anyways, after that little soliloquy, what I want you guys to do is rotate your speaker and do a day in the life. If you get a human, put an archetype in, a fuzzy little image of that person that's in that person's life. Try to build the space that they're in. It doesn't have to be perfect, okay? All right. First partner. Ready, go. I do not need. Okay, stop. Okay, stop and switch. Go ahead. Okay, stop. It's annoying, I know, sorry. It's my show today. Okay, great. So some shares. What was that like for you? What was it like for anybody? Tell me, yeah.
So I found that as he was talking, and I would see immediately I wanted to deeply with some of the people that I identified.
You jumped into his space? Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah, you could like get his whole world just look at, the context is decisive, right? If this turned into a basketball court suddenly and there was a ball, The context is decisive. Anybody's context will tell you 90% of what you need to know about what they're experiencing. And you could feel it right there. And it's way more fun way to listen. So anybody else, what was it like for you? Yeah.
Everything he said, I would say, oh, it just got me. And then that's been interesting again. And then it's just like me. I was just flip and just study with what I was thinking versus what he was saying. And everything was just like me, in a way.
You got that what he said was just like you?
What I feel
That was incredulous look in my face.
What I feel in my days would happen, I would see what he felt, and I felt I would feel the same way in my way of doing things.
Okay, but were you in his world? Did you go into his house and wake up in the morning with him? I mean, maybe you do that regularly anyways. I don't know if you...
Every time he would mention something, I would feel, yeah, it's just like my life, but in his way.
Okay, but I want you to see, I don't want you to be relating any similarities. I want you just to be in his house when he's making his coffee. What were you describing?
Getting up,
Yeah,
work, and then make the breakfast.
yeah. Did you make breakfast in his house with him?
He didn't describe his house, so I couldn't.
Okay, well, that's the trick. Oh, that's what we're talking about, though. That's exactly the skill that you want to develop. When he said, I woke up, you just build a bed and you see a wonderful, handsome man getting out of bed. And then when he says, I was making my eggs, you stand at some stupid stove and you make some eggs. And then when he says, I made my coffee, you watch him making his coffee. Okay? Work with me the rest of the time. You literally watch the protagonist do whatever they're doing. It's just a movie. And they're giving you really bad information. That's why you got to build it. You have to take it on yourself to burn the calories to build the space. It doesn't have to be perfect. Everybody knows what a kitchen looks like. Everybody knows what a bed looks like. You have a bed, so you just imagine him getting out of bed and doing his thing. Don't go literal. Stay away from your Broca's region. Take away from your speech region. We're just going to the occipital cortex. We're just going to vision. Yeah. Well, wait, you were first. Sorry.
I got a little bit of a stumbling block when she described a sensation that I wasn't familiar with, like something, and I was like, well, I don't know what that is. I have to think about what it is. So then I'm like, no. She said it doesn't matter. So I just imagined the sensation, what she would be feeling of something similar that I felt, but I had to create it since I didn't know what it was. So I just imagined, and that was able to get me back on track. I don't have to be right about what the sensation might have been.
That's right. You don't have to be right. Yep. In fact, being wrong is access. All right. Anybody else? Who else? Oh, Lisa. Yeah.
I had some things to describe. I had more success visualizing the others, and the best one was when she described going to work. And I was able to picture the desk, and I pictured like a paper thing, and it's like the first one,
Yeah.
going out, and I was kind of a little bit above and kind of
Tiny helicopters.
yeah.
We become tiny helicopters. Yeah, James. Are you describing that you were successful in the visuals? Okay, yeah, good. That's what you want to do. Anybody else have an experience with it? Yeah?
I would just say that I'm rather kinesthetic, so any tactile discussion, like cats, waking up in the morning with cats,
Yeah.
that was easy to picture, or maybe something less tactile.
Well, a cat is an icon. I mean, we can all, it's like, could you visualize a duck? You know, I should have used a cat, actually. Thank you. That's even easier for us to conjure up as an image, and that brings you into a space, you know, with those types of iconic elements that draw you in. All right, so now, before we have to break, you're going to do something harder. I'm rushing you through this. This, if you walk away with the development of the muscle just a little bit, you get a taste of this so that maybe you want to lift some more weights in this regard on your own, then that's all I can ask for. But this is going to be, you're going to go back to the thing that you started the session with, the thing that really matters to you and that you really care about, and you're going to share that with your partner. So it's probably more abstract. I venture to guess it's not. Yesterday, when I was building this house, I couldn't drive my it's probably not going to be something that is mechanical like that or easy to describe. It's probably something emotional. And this still works, even in the abstract. Even when they're describing things that are abstract, you just have to try, you just have to build more, right? Someone's describing an annoying coworker. This coworker is like, whoa, what a control freak. I mean, they're probably going to give you a pronoun. She comes into my office every 15 minutes wondering how far I've gotten on the report. You got to build that she. You can make her a little pinched. You know what I mean? Like, she's a control freak, so she's a micromanager. You can go ahead and impart some characteristics that you think might be present in this person from their description. She's not here. You're making it up just so you can understand your speaker better. Make an office, somebody walking in the door, you're trying to get stuff done, your speaker's sitting there trying to get stuff done, and this person keeps coming in. I mean, you can sense that now. You can get what their world is like just having that person come in, right? So although they might be talking in emotional, you still can build a scene with the little bit of information they give you. It takes something, and you could be wrong, and you will get disabused, and that's okay. You just kind of roll along on the adventure that they're going on. Yeah.
This is hitting on the point where there's something extremely difficult that you never want to talk to because it's just too much for you to take. There is some person that I work with that is just over the top going through a lot. So I can't even do it.
With her. You mean with her?
Just with her. So then,
Bring her to me. No. You'll have a skill by the end of the day that I promise you'll be able to use with her. I promise. And it'll take the charge out of it for you. I bet it does sound, yeah, it sounds activating. So I want you guys to now go back to the thing that you started the day about and share with your partner. You guys, once again, rotate your speaker. But this is all about listening, so it doesn't matter that the speaker isn't speaking, right? Because you're being trained in listening. So the third person in the triad is still practicing with us today. They're still getting an opportunity to try this skill. So you're going to do the thing that you started with your partner. I'll give you 2 minutes or maybe a little bit more. And listeners, see if you can see their context, okay? And go ahead and build the characters as you need. Ideally, start with the scene first. Sure, go back. Or you can talk about anything. I'm just saying I don't want it to be a physical thing anymore. I want it to be something that you're dealing with in your life. I mean, unless you're dealing with a physical thing. You're solely taking the first difficult thing, the thing that you started the session out with that's difficult, that's something you're dealing with in life. And you're just going to talk to your speaker, your listener, and the listener is going to try to visualize that.
It needs to be the same thing, right?
You can do the same thing that you started the day out with. Okay? You're just practicing visualization with that first subject. Yeah. Well, no, with anybody. No. Ready? Who's ever going first? Go. No, you don't have to be with the same person. It's not about the speaker. Okay, stop. Listeners, you're practicing seeing the scene, okay, right? All right, you're going to switch. Ready? Go. Okay, stop. All right, so how was that? Did you experience a different, I don't know, a different way of listening, a different access to what it's like to be them? Ultimately, that's what we're trying to do, yeah.
I think I heard why it mattered, and I could begin to see why the issue mattered in a richer way.
Yeah.
I also hear it's very limited.
It's not just, you're,
It's not just visualizing, it's hearing, it's almost stereotyping.
oh, you're, right, so you were in a movie with audio. Yeah, cool, yeah. Anybody else? So you got a deeper understanding of your speaker than you would have if you did the little ping pong stuff over here. Anybody else, what was it like? Yeah.
I felt more emotionally connected to the storyteller.
That's our goal.
Now that I've heard them speak a few times, there's a different connection between me and my listener.
And were you getting their context and that assisted in your emotional connection?
Yes.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
So I found that it was very connected. You had these images, but I also saw, I did so into the images, they'd be a little distracted and I'd lose the thread of listening. And that was a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, yeah. And when we get you, after the little mini break, we're going to talk about responding, how to respond now, because we're hopefully getting you in a space of being with them in a different way. So now it's like, well, what do I say? And then I'll give you, sometimes I call listening tracking, because you're like following this person where they're going. Like, how did that just happen? Okay, wait a minute, and you're kind of doing this thing and you'll get an opportunity to regroup with them. when you get, you'll be like, hey, wait a minute, was your sister there? I think you said your sister, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
It was great practice to experience, as you described, in a state where I could totally relate to the topic that the partner was describing, and withhold from an habitual need to say, yeah, I can totally relate, and my experience thus far has been X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
No, just allow and listen. Great practice.
Yeah, it's nice. The visualization distracts you from your default settings, which is liberating. I have to say, it's really kind of cool that we're having this conversation in this space, because this does kind of can get meditative. You know, you can lose self when listening to someone, right? Because you're in the space. You've lost who you are. It doesn't matter. You're just building the space that they're in and feeling what they're feeling. So it is correlate in a way to meditating. And it makes it funner. Yeah.
Well, I have found this really, really interesting and helpful because at first, I honestly, it was some stuff a lot of times a lot of I found it really distracting at first to try to put myself on a balcony and watch what's happening. I was so busy trying to create something to look at.
Oh.
So distracted by my concern about not being present to them.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the whole bit. It's all about
Yeah.
and there was a way where doing that probably was taking away
Mm-hmm.
from the person instead of helping them understand. So what I noticed was that as I practiced and tried it again, that I was just kind of expanding my opportunities with the people. And I was expanding the ways that I could potentially be present. Because I was stuck in my assumptions about what it means to be present.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's not, it's cool because it doesn't, it's like a whole new practice.
Yep, it is. Yeah.
I think it would be practice, so thank you.
You're totally welcome. It's my pleasure. I love doing this, and it's cool because you can it's funner. It makes to me it makes conversation way more fun to do. All right, so it is 10:30. So we have this tea break, and so I have handouts here. It's just one half-sheet handout, and I put them here on your way to the food and the tea. When we come back, I'm going to do a demonstration with someone of some willing subject that I'll seek, and we'll practice right here in front of you, and then we'll do a bunch of exercises where you'll get an opportunity to respond. You know, because you've been sitting here silently, you've been taking in and having somewhat of a transformative experience, but you haven't talked back to your partner. Now we'll get into that domain when we come back from the little break. All right, so thank you. And I'm going to go get rid of some coffee right away. Yeah, you're welcome.
Is this also about mirror neurons, or do you know about mirror
I
neurons?
do know about mirror neurons.
Because that's what I felt like I was really, with the visuals, I mean, I'm just allowing myself to see what I'm
I bet it
experiencing.
does involve the mirror neurons when you think about it. Yeah, in some way, shape, or form. And mirror neurons are theory of mind and should
And biologic, when you physically have the response that the person is describing to you, so that you enter into that space, and some people are more submit to that more easily.
Yeah. I'm sure it involves. They still are working that whole mirror neuron thing out, man. It's a cool thing that they discovered when that monkey ate that peanut. That's what the Italian researchers. That's how it was discovered.
No, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. He was I forget how it goes. He was watching the guy from across the room. Anyways, that's how then they were like, wow, that monkey is doing the same thing. So we're going to talk for about 8 minutes. And she's just going to launch into whatever thing you're dealing with.
Yeah, but I just have to warn you, it's not something I can do anything much about, I don't think, so.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. I mean, most of us are paralyzed by something in our life. So we're going to talk about probably for about 8 minutes. And here's the thing. I won't be coaching her. I'm not going to be advising her. I'm just going to be reflecting, and I'm going to be visualizing, and so are you. Okay? That's what we're all doing. This is like what is this called? Fishbowl, right? And you're going to be practicing along with me, and that got better, right? Is that not too loud? Okay. And come up with your own reflections to her, just like I will be. And then when we're done, we'll kind of talk about what that was like. What is your name?
Esther.
Esther. You may see me interrupt her. I might go, Esther, hang on a minute. I got to see, tell me if this is what's going on, right? You might, and guess what happens when you interrupt humans? When your intentions are to know more about them, they don't care. They just keep talking. So we're all kind of nervous about the interruption thing, and trust me, it doesn't, as long as I'm not interrupting her to go, yeah, that was pretty cool when I did that too, and we had a really good time, and yeah, I don't give a crap about what you're, no, but if you care about what she's talking about and what you're trying to do is understand your speaker more, no interruption bothers them at all. So I'm going to have to do that at times because as you guys have distinguished, they start going down these rabbit holes and you don't know where they are and who the players are in the scene or whatever it is, so you might have to stop and go, okay, was it like this for you? Right? And catch up with your rabbit that you're tracking. So you'll see me do that. I'm not going to coach. I'm going to be looking for the context. Yeah, that's about it. Just let's do this together, and thank you very much. Thank you, Esther. All right, I'm not going to keep track of the time with that device. All right, so thanks for doing this, and just launch right in.
Well, I'm just grappling with, by the way, I'm closing my eyes because I have ADHD and I have to put distractions out of my mind just to even talk.
Oh, cool.
And I may stop in the middle of the sentence because I've forgotten what I wanted to say. But anyway, yeah, I've been involved with, I've been concerned about what's going on in Israel and Palestine since about 2000 when I just couldn't stand the violence. And now it's just gotten worse. Rather than getting better, the situation has gotten worse as far as I can see. And I'm just really, I'm trying to balance what I would like to do about it. I mean, I feel compelled to do whatever I can to help heal the wounds and bring about justice and peace, you know. But it's kind of it's polarized our country, and it's polarized families. My own family is not anywhere near as, you know, they're not activists like I am. Oh, okay. And where I live in a retirement community, I have to be careful about speaking about it because we're not supposed to talk about politics. And yet, I just feel there's such an imbalance in the news, the mainstream news, that I actually took a chance on trying to find a speaker who would help bring a little more balance into it, and have so that's a little bit, you know, it's scary. So that's kind of what I'm grappling with.
So you're really concerned about the conflict
Yes,
in
yes.
Israel, and
Yeah.
you're in a retirement community where you feel thwarted
Somewhat, yes.
to talk about it.
Openly, you know, yeah.
Okay.
And what it would do for, I mean, because I have to live with these people the rest of my life, for one thing. Yeah, it's hard to know how to be effective, you know.
Yeah, so you would like to make a difference in this arena.
Yeah.
And you can't you can't figure out a way to do it, because you can't even have a conversation in your own community. It's not even like you can bring it up in the retirement center. So you're like, how do I make a difference and help in this domain
Yeah.
when I can't even talk to my cohabitants about it? Is that what it's like?
Yeah.
And you don't know how to proceed. You're paralyzed. You're like, how do I do anything to help with this situation?
I guess I'm sort of paralyzing myself, because when this started to happen, I went up there and everybody was when Israel's, when October 7 happened, I went to the community center and people were acting as if nothing had happened. Nobody was talking about it,
Wow.
and I was just so upset. I had to go, back to my room, and then for a number of days just to keep up with what was going on. I spent a lot of time in my cottage, as they call it, and people, when I did emerge, people say, "Oh, I haven't seen you for a long time." Well, it's because I was upset,
Yeah, because you were traumatized in your own room, quivering from the news around the world, and nobody else was reflecting on it in your own environment.
And I was getting, like, from my family, okay, let's just not talk about this,
Oh.
Yeah, so.
Your family was shutting down dialogue about...
Oh, yes. And actually, I think the people in my retirement community are maybe more open. Some of them have become more open to my point of view. I'm sort of beginning to learn. But, yeah, when it's just that the newspapers don't reflect the whole story very well.
Yeah, so
you have to look at alternative sources.
So it's frustrating because there's all kinds of misinformation or one-sided information out there, and people are getting sort of, you think, maybe led by the nose down a path that might not be completely accurate in any way.
Yeah.
And you don't know how to go, hey, people, wake up. This isn't the complete truth. And that's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have said, well, let's just not talk about this anymore, And it was frustrating because a lot of the rumors that were put out right at the beginning about what the Palestinians did turned out to be rumors rather than, fact. Mm-hmm. I'm coming up now with my limitations, and so this problem still, because it still bothers me, but I'm trying to be a little bit more balanced so that I can do what I want to do.
So now you're kind of debating: is this a war I want to wait? That's not a good metaphor. Is this something that I want to take on, or is it like just something that's going to be the way that it is, and I have many other things that I'd like to?
No, I can't do that. I feel compelled to try to do something.
Say again?
I feel compelled
to do something in this domain.
Yes, to try to bring about peace and justice.
Peace and justice. You're looking to promote peace and justice in the Middle East or in your own retirement community?
In the Middle East.
In the Middle East. You want to do something in some regard.
Yeah.
Some way, shape, or form. And you're not able to discern what that is because you're being thwarted from having full dialogue about it?
Yeah. It's just the I don't know. I guess maybe I shouldn't have volunteered.
No,
for
you're
this.
fine. You're fine.
I mean, it is an issue I care a lot about. It's not easy to
navigate your way through
know
it.
Yeah. Because I guess before I had a lot of friends that we would bolster each other when I lived in California, but now I live here, and.
It's one-sided?
I only recently met the people who are active on this issue, but I don't have the energy to do everything that they do. So I just do what I can. So.
It sounds like you're dealing with an absence of a community of like-minded individuals that you can share your concerns with on a basis that actually expands this for you into maybe some action item?
I've found them. I can't deal with everything that they do, you know. So actually what I'm trying to do now is just whatever I can in my own environment with the people that I know.
Okay, got it. All right, we're going to stop
Okay.
for, and thank you. So what I want you to do is turn towards everybody, and we're just going to answer questions about what that was like. Okay?
Okay.
So go like this. I'll help you do that if you want. Oh, pick up stuff. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what that was like for me, okay? And then you're going to talk about what it was like for you, and then we'll answer a few questions, okay? So what it was like for me is I did the same thing every other hominid does. I wanted to tell her what was going on in the Mideast and how we can fix it and what's wrong about the press and the media and how they're saying stupid stuff and it's all one side, it's inaccurate, as well as some of the, protests that have arisen, I wanted to launch right into that, of course. So that was what was going on for me, but what I was doing simultaneously with that little dialogue was I was imagining her in her retirement community, I was in the community. I was going back and forth from the community space to my cottage, and I saw her trying to have dialogue with other people and kind of being shut down with whatever it was that they said, and also could feel, right? I could totally feel her interest in, we're all feeling it right now, right? Everybody's kind of frustrated by the ineffectualness of us all to make a difference in that domain. And so many people are suffering so greatly. If you're, a human, you want to do something. So that wasn't hard. That was pretty relatable, and I was just sensing that. And then the paralysis of not, knowing how to proceed in any basis. Just that, like, I don't know what to do. I can't do anything. How can I can't even have her, and I was living inside of her retirement community, sensing that. So how was it like for you to, not be shut down? And although you did see me almost shut her down a few times, I failed a few times. I tried to talk over her. One of the things in listening, when your speaker starts talking again, while you're talking, stop talking. They're not listening to you anyways. And your object is really to be a space where a speaker can talk. So if you're reflecting on what they just said and they start talking, stop. Just stop. Because they're going to tell you more in terms of building your scene. You might as well just stop. There's no point in talking. And I actually twice almost started to talk over her. So I rarely do. But I did that. And that's not okay. And a couple of times I reflected back things that weren't quite accurate, which is a wonderful thing because it demonstrates that being wrong, if there is a wrong in this, is just as good as being right? Because it gives her another navigation tool. She's like, no, it's not exactly that. It's this, right? It gives the speaker another benchmark, like something to move off of to where they really want to go. Because look, if you're speaking, you are existing in sort of a pea soup. It's kind of pea soup, and we're kind of looking through there, trying to parse our way through whatever it is that is coming through the hardware. And by giving them is it like this and that's totally wrong? It's great, right? Because they can say, yeah, it's not exactly like that. And then they can move forward into whatever it is they're attempting to distinguish. All right, that was kind of long. What was that like for you, if anything? It could be nothing.
Well, actually, I think as I talked, it helped me identify, which I didn't really say when I talked, but just as you were talking, I just realized, what is my real problem? Okay, I've organized this program for Monday where somebody who worked for Christian peacemaker teams is going to tell stories from her experience and try to humanize the Palestinians. And after that, everybody's going to know my stance because this is a subject that everybody avoids. So how am I going to be labeled then? And what am I, are people still going to talk to me?
That's the real issue.
That's the real
now
issue now, I think. And I've had that problem, that has been a problem.
So you're going to out yourself
on Monday.
My family,
we just don't talk about it, so that, okay, for family, more important to maintain my relationships than try to enlighten them.
It's so interesting. So you have distinguished that really what was underneath that entire soliloquy was that you're afraid on Monday you're going to out yourself.
Not this Monday, next.
Whatever Monday.
Yeah.
Some Monday, you're going to out yourself in whatever place you stand on this
Yeah.
conflict. Oh,
Yeah.
cool. And you're a little nervous about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that was really cool, right? Because she started with one thing, and this is Rogerian therapy. She started with a presenting issue A, and it took us a while. We went like all kind of over, not too while, I've gone a lot longer. And then we got to what's really going on, which is what I call B inside of a spaghetti strand. Anyway, she got to what's really, what was behind the utterances coming out of her face was this fear that she has for this event where she's gonna just, yeah. And then you might get some blowback and people might decide they don't like you and all that good stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is concerning. I would be concerned.
Yeah.
And I have full faith. Now I'm giving advice. You see that? I went to advice. I was coaching the witness. But yeah, of course that's scary. That's it. That's all you do. Don't start telling her what to do or how to deal with her people. She'll figure it out. But if we kept talking more, she'd go, yeah, I think there's a particular guy and he's going to be really pissed off, whatever. You know, more stuff will come up and you'll get to distinguish it with her. And guess what? Her entire landscape just changed, right? Because you gave her an opportunity to see it. Because you just reflected. And she can start to see what Monday's really going to feel like. And your facility to deal with it will be much heightened.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank
I
you.
said you're welcome before you said thank you. Okay, you have to stay.
Oh.
So does anybody have, ask us questions about what that was like, if you have them. And let's give them, can we give the question askers microphones? Go ahead. Does anybody have any questions about that little exercise? Yeah.
She mentioned having difficulty picking a speaker in her opening comments. Did you intentionally not go there? Because you addressed a lot of other things she raised, but you didn't address that.
Oh, I have to say that
Just
I don't think I even heard it. She said she had difficult.
I didn't express it very well, I think.
But his question is, if that is a concern of hers, why didn't I reflect back? So it sounds like you're really concerned about finding a speaker, which is a good question. Right. Right. I will fully admit that I don't think I heard that. And if I had heard it, I probably would have stayed with her incapacitation in her full expression in this domain. Just because expression is so important to us. Picking a speaker, she could delegate. So I probably would have stayed here anyways, even though that could have been big. I mean, you can go down, you can like go a place with somebody and then go and pull back and go to where you hear is there much greater concern. I mean, that happens. That's what makes this an adventure. The cool thing about listening like this is you have no idea where you're going, and neither does the speaker. So it's like just this, adventure you get to experience with somebody. And that's what makes it fun. Yeah, a question over here? Yeah.
So I just quite interested to hear about this event, because that is a very concrete thing that you are doing around this issue. But what I, when I first talked to you, I got so much more just grappling with the challenging nature of these issues and just broadly being concerned that am I doing enough? What should I be doing? How do I maintain relationships? And so I guess I'm just observing that and kind of the underlying emotion and that was kind of the subtext with just
And are you saying that you were more able to have access to that because you were visualizing her context?
I'm just trying to get to knowing what you should be doing and how to manage these relationships that you care about. And
Okay, hang on. Are you asking her a question?
I don't know, do you feel like is that something that you underlying that
Well, yeah. It has been something I've had to think about. how do I prioritize my time?
Yeah.
And what risks do I want to take?
So any other questions about that? Yeah. Yeah, but we're not asking her questions about her personal life. I wanted you to ask questions about that process, about the actual, about the way the listening modality in of itself.
In a real life experience, what is Esther's intentions? Is her intentions to have the listener feel for her or feel for Israel and for Palestine, the actual detailed event that's far away, or your personal feelings within your venting, not venting, but releasing to be heard versus actually wanting to solve that issue?
Oh, right.
What's the biggest intent? Because then, what's
Right. So that's a perennial question and a really good one. It's like, what's going on here? You're just sitting there listening to that lady, and you're not going to guide, and you're not going to offer any information such that it can resolve whatever it is that she's speaking about. And in this venue, in this session, or we're kind of staying inside of, no, you're not giving her any feedback with respect to the whatever she's grappling with that might guide her in any way. Because see how she found her way to what was really going on, and I didn't do anything. I didn't say, hey, this is how you should talk to the people in your retirement home or anything of that nature. And then she made her way to what was really going on. The reason that you don't address when a speaker first starts talking about is it's usually not what matters. And then you start talking about the thing that doesn't have any traction over there where they are, because it looks like that's what it looked like she was concerned about how to have effect in the world, right? How to have agency. Well, really, it was about this thing coming up where she might lose some friends, Well, that wouldn't have helped when you started telling her how to do her dialogue better, how to do her thing better, right? And that's the reason that that you don't address it. And I would argue the other reason is they're going to figure it out on their own. They're going to find their way to wherever they have to go. And when they find their way on where they have to go on their own, I've sat with people like this and gone longer, and I've seen people just get right up, well, I'm just going to go call my dad. You didn't say go call your dad, but boy, they're taking action, and it's because you were willing to create a space where they could see the action. And you didn't manipulate them. I would love to manipulate people. Fun. But it doesn't work. They're unmanipulatable, and it makes sense. We all have our own. But if you go, is it like this? Then, it's really the cool thing. It's really cool when that happens, because you get a little endorphin hit. When someone goes, oh my God, I just figured that all out. So no, you don't coach them at all. You can coach them anytime you want. You can do any of these. But when you're practicing this, I hate to call it a skill, because it's more like a way of being, This observation capacity, it's not directing anybody at all. And it's frustrating.
So my observance from our previous practice, like a minute and a half,
Yeah.
versus we could have a discussion for days on this issue.
Yeah.
So what is the proper time limit and how to do best? And also, is that the practice to say, okay, I'm going to do 2 minutes? And how does the recipient of listening and then the speaker respect each other's time?
Yeah.
'Cause I have some friends that can talk to zero.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it comes up a lot. So I would argue that you can architect any conversation. You can design any conversation. So let's say you come to me and you got something really passionate that you're dealing with, and I got to run off or whatever. I would say, what's your name?
In real life?
Yeah. James. I would say, James, wow, there's something really big going on with you. I can't do this right now, but I really want to do this with you. Can we set up a time? And then, as long as whenever you're talking to another person, you say, I love you, before you say the next thing, you can get all kinds of grace, you know. So if I say, James, what, or if you can even more reflect what's going on for them. Like if you have something big and I go, oh, that sounds really big for you, and I do want to sit with you on it, and I can't right now. And then when you do sit with them, sure, set up a time if you like. Say, I got 15 minutes, James, let's go, let's hear it all. I want to hear it all. And it's super cool, right? And you can design it like that. I think that people that are in relationships should have listening dates. You know, like once a month or once a week, whatever, one person gets to be the speaker, the other person's listener, and you don't do a reciprocal thing. You do that next month, then you rotate to the other person. And they just get to download everything with inside this. You can't do those over there when you're doing that. You only try to capture their world, you know, in your reflections. And you give somebody some serious time. So yeah, I would argue that you do have to set up time with this, and you have to be bold. But it's a lot easier to be bold when they know you care about them. You know, it's a lot easier to be bold about protecting your life when you let them know, I really care, I do want to hear this, and I can't do it right now. It's a little bit tricky. The next question, the ancillary question I get, and I'll go ahead there, is how do I get out of one of these? You know, you're in there and you're doing the reflection, and it's really cool, and you can definitely see things expanding, and you're like, I gotta go. And you just say that. You say, wow, this is super intense, and I'm really enjoying our conversation, and I've run out of time. You know, can we set up another time? So and I would say this is one of the biggest tips for this whole thing that I should have wrote on the card. Be bold. Sometimes you feel like you're being an asshole. You know, you might say something that it feels really abrupt, but people want that. They want to have permission to feel what they're feeling. So you really feel guilty that your sister is in a wheelchair and she can't show up at the memorial for your dad or whatever it is, you know. And you're a little nervous about what you're going to say it anyways. If it's what's there, if you can feel that for them, say it. And if you're wrong, it's okay. You might get a little blowback, and then you just go, whoa, okay, sorry, I took a guess, and I was wrong. Can you tell me more? So being bold is a really good. All right, Diane.
It sounds like you're setting up a boundary in terms of the time, and what if the person feels like that's not enough time?
You just say, I'm sorry. You know, you say, okay, I guess it's not time. Can we set this another day? I mean, they're going to feel like it's not enough time. Are you kidding? Most people will talk for days. So then you just say, you know, can we do this another time? If you care and you have good intentions, people are going to they're going to have grace for anything, pretty much. Yeah. Yep, just acknowledge what you can feel is their experience of life in that moment. Just acknowledge what you see. Yes, sir.
So the problem that I see with your problem is...
Wait. Are you going to coach her? Are you about to coach her on what she's dealing with?
No, I want to make a comment.
Okay.
Serious because of the nature of the problem. It's not only affecting you, it's affecting your community. And as you were speaking, it's affecting many of us because we hear it in the news all the time. And not only that, but it's changing all the time because the news is changing.
Wait. Time out. All I've asked for is questions or comments on that exercise, not on the content. I don't want to.
How do we deal with the personal problem? The problem is reflected in our...
It's not. This isn't the venue for that. You can do that anytime you want. And right now, we're talking about communication. We're not talking about Gaza. We're only talking about communication. It isn't a session about the conflict in the Mideast.
No, I'm just trying to say that this conversation that she's having is not only being reflected by us, but it's something she can't escape. It's something that's beyond her.
Indeed. No question about it. It's beyond all of us. Yeah. But I was just looking for reflections on, you know, the conversation about the fact that she went from A to B, or how I grappled with my internal dialogue versus what I came out of my face. That's all we're looking at. We're not looking at the content. It was just about the exercise. So one more comment, and then I want to get you guys practicing this. Okay, 2 more. Right there. What? Did you want to comment? Back there, sir? Did you have something you want to say? I'm going to take the mic to him. Wait, I'm going to try to get the mic. Here.
We're talking about time. If I do this.
I will take it from you if you talk about content.
If you do this for 5 minutes,
But she will take it from you.
what you showed us, if you do it even for 5 minutes, it's probably 5 more minutes than anybody had in the entire week that somebody listened to them.
Yeah.
It's not about time. It's about, you said a journey. This is a journey that we're going on, and I gave it a space. And then her journey grew, is what I saw. Her space grew, and her journey continued.
Right.
The journey doesn't end. It's never going to end like that. Even as I see it, when we pass over, but that's not the point.
Yeah, we gave her
What?
some space so she could explore the, you're next.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you want to add something?
One thing I did say about space that I saw is that space is filled between you. And sometimes people need to go slower. Sometimes they need to go faster. I may have a certain rhythm. I may need to adjust how I speak back and the rhythm I speak back to accommodate having a space that's free for someone to do their journey. That's all I want.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it is. You are actually making space. This is a time expander. Over here. Did you want to say?
I don't really know if my question is appropriate at this moment, but I've recently gone through mediation over something that has been intensely personally painful, and I'm still processing that. It felt really incredibly emotionally charged. I was really, really angry, and I'm watching as you do this. The situation was really painful for both of us, and I'm trying to wonder how I could have used a technique like this when I'm so much in pain and I'm so angry because this person's hurt me so badly. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, how, if you've been in a situation like that before, like, what tools do you use to help you enter that space? Thank you.
Okay, so your question was, when you're highly charged, you can probably, do you guys have any more questions for Esther? What that was like for her? You can sit down, and that way I can stand up and walk around. Thank you so much, my dear. So your question is, when it's a highly charged situation, why am I using 2 microphones? Double effect. How do you manage that? Well, you probably can't really practice this if there's a whole bunch of adrenaline flooding your body. And you can try. It's superior to not doing the visualization when you're dealing with an antagonist, to try to see their world. But if you're flooded with adrenaline, no. You just ask for another time. You just go, oh, no, not doing that now. Because you have to get the adrenaline out of your system. It's virtually impossible when you've got that much neurotransmitters that are fight-flight going on to actually be there. So not a good time. Mediation is supposed to help you get into a state where you could, but yeah, you want to abandon ship at that moment. All right, good. So I want to give you guys an opportunity to practice this. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to just role play. Let's see, okay. I'm going to role play some people, and then we'll just take some shares as to what you would say back to this person, okay? All right, so I'm a teenager, and I'm talking to my parents, and I just went to a party with my friends, and my parents are interrogating me, as parents are inclined to do, and I say, of course I was drinking. Everybody was drinking. I didn't get behind the wheel. I didn't drive the car. I was with my friends, and we were having a good time, and everybody, and you and Dad aren't that perfect. You have a drink every single night. Okay, what would you say back to her? Anybody? Based on what you just witnessed. She's chapped. She has high adrenaline. You don't, presumably. You're someone, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I've got strong feelings about this. You're yelling at me, and I didn't do any damage to anybody. Nobody got hurt. Anybody else? Yeah. What?
I'm glad you didn't get behind me. Thank you.
I'm glad. Okay, so a listening response would be, these are fine, but a listening response would be, wow, sweetheart, you really don't want to be excluded by your friends. I mean, that's really what's going on there, right? I mean, she's like, of course I was drinking. Shit, everybody was drinking, right? And you're right, your dad and I do drink at night, and we're not proud of that, or whatever you would say after that. But that's the thing to get is like, or say, so you're concerned about the fact that Dad and I drink, because that's in that reflection too. She's condemning them. Okay, so let's try another one. Task force guy. I don't know why you would want me on your task force again. I was there last year on it, and it didn't make a bit of difference. You didn't listen to a word I said. What would you say back to that guy? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel heard. I mean, I had some great ideas, and none of them got any traction with that entire group. Yeah, it was a massive waste of my time. I don't know why you're picking me again, right? So so you're really concerned that I'm not going to listen to you again, right? You just keep saying back what you think their feelings are, basically. Just, if you can sense the feelings. I mean, I get for the teenager, we all had to do a little time travel, but we all can. All you have to do is get the context. I mean, okay, for me, when I heard the teenager, I was at a bonfire, right? And all my buddies were around it, and they're passing a bottle, and it's super uncool not to, and I could just sense the party atmosphere, and that I had to conform. That was the only way I knew what to say back to that kid. Wow, you're really concerned about being part of your peer group, right? And with the task force guy, he was impotent previously. So that's the only way I know. And so if you know you want to reflect back their feelings, okay? How about this? My husband's job is way too demanding. I mean, he's gone all the time. What do you say to her? Anybody?
Sounds like you feel lonely.
Yeah, I'm super lonely. He's never around, right? And she might continue on that, and you just stay with the sensation. A harder one, which I didn't do, is I can have any guns I want in my house. I can have any guns in my life I want. So what do you say to that person? Anybody? See how there's no emotion words and we got to kind of make it up? What's important to that person? Yeah, they're protecting, yeah. What? So that's a question. That's not a reflection. Yeah, I need my guns because I want to protect my family. I got kids in my house. I don't want people breaking in and hurting my kids. Now I tell you more, right? Because you said, sometimes all you have to do is parrot them or repeat. Parrot's not good, but repeat is fine. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I repeated what Esther said a few times. I just said, oh, so blah, 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 and just saying back, so guns are really important to you, gets him rolling on why they're important. And then you find out more reasons. And now you can say, so you're really concerned about your family. Yeah, my family's really important to me, and my mother can't get out of the house, like, whatever it is, right? Trump's the best president. I mean, there's no better president to keep this country from going communist. He's the best president. We're going to go socialist, communist in this country if it wasn't for him. What? What'd she say?
She said it was very funny.
No, it's not meant to be funny. I mean it. There's people that believe this. And so what would you say back to that communist hater? Well, yeah, sounds like you like Trump. And then I would say, yeah, because you know what it's like? My parents came from Cuba. Let me tell you what that was like, you know, and then but that's right. So you can reflect anything and then you'll get more of you'll get what the emotion is behind it by shutting your little brain off and just reflecting back what the person's saying. So here's the deal. You guys are you're going to practice this a little bit. Oh, I'm supposed to acquiesce. I have to relinquish. Oh, well, I'm screwed. So now you'll have to take it home and give it a shot. When you do this, you might, the next exercise I was going to do with you was going to force you to respond, because mostly what people do is just stay there listening. And you have to interrupt the speaker for an opportunity to give one of these listening responses a shot. So you'll just have to practice it with your own people in your own life. And I want to thank you all so much, because this is super fun for me. And without you, I can't do it. So thank you. No. I have a website that it's kind of cool, but it's just like one page, and it's an opportunity to register when I do it. I'll be doing some of these again. You know, I wish I had more. Micro what? No.
If you ever wanted to shut up, you can.
Microphenomenology.
Microphenomenology.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
I've done a lot of this.
Microphenomenology. Oh, I got to turn myself off. Jesus.
There we go. Nice. You can either clip or you can put it here.
I'll put it here. Can I clip it here?
Maybe.
Like that? Oh, let's just do that. Okay, I can hear myself, so I'm guessing that you can hear me also, which is good. So, hello, my name is Gladys Brangman, and I was very surprised when they asked me to speak about skillful speaking, simply because I haven't been very good at it. I actually went to school to learn how to speak, as I was told, skillfully. And so I want to start by giving you something to think about. A situation, and when I'm done, I'm hoping that you can help me have that conversation that's necessary, and it's a difficult conversation. So the scenario is where you've loaned your car to a friend and they total it. You have to go to where the car has been towed, and the tow driver tells you that the person was actually laughing when he showed up. I'm going to leave it there, okay? You have to have a conversation with that person. So, speaking skills are defined as skills which allow us to communicate effectively. We know this. But since we're talking about dialoguing our differences, I believe it's important to bring a few different perspectives into this conversation. I'm going to touch on a few different approaches. There's, of course, the secular approach, an approach from the Jewish tradition, and please know that if I'm wrong, I need to be told that. So if anyone in here knows more than I do, please share. A Christian approach, an Islamic approach, and a Buddhist approach. So a secular approach can look like this. Step one, when you're dialoguing differences, is to communicate. Open communication is key. Step two, actively listening. Now we just learned how to listen. Step three, review your options. Talk over options, look for solutions that benefit everyone. Step four, end with a win-win. solution. And of course, this is the ultimate goal when you're looking to speak skillfully. So in my research, the Islamic tradition, it says, should try to overcome conflict and try to reconcile with others. They also believe that they should forgive others of their wrongdoing and apologize, as opposed to holding a grudge. The key teachings in Islam should be applied in all aspects of their lives as an individual. And that's the way that Allah intended. Christian tradition. There's 7 biblical steps to resolving conflict. As a Christian, there's so many more than 7. So many more. You take the initiative. You confess your part in the conflict. Listen for the hurt. Consider their perspective. Tell the truth tactfully. Fix the problem, not the blame. Focus on reconciliation, not resolution. A Buddhist approach. For conflict transformation requires an integrated social process in which conflicted parties must strive to overcome the roots of their suffering from within, while simultaneously transforming their relationships with adversaries. In each of these traditions, skillful speech is positive speech. Skillful speech should be uplifting. Skillful speech occurs when the speaker is mindful of the person on the other side of their words. By being skillful in our speech, we can say exactly what we want to say in a way that is not offensive or hurtful. When I was working at Cornell, I remember being pulled aside by my supervisor and being told, it's come to my attention that you have been saying no to people. And of course, I'm looking at him like, well, okay, and the problem is, and his response, we do not use the word no. And my response was, well, what if the answer is no? And he said, then you find a different way to say it. Working under him, I learned a skill. That has served me well ever since. Can we find kindness in our speech when dialoguing differences? Can we be firm but kind? An example. Was my proposal recommended for funding? There's 2 answers. One of them, no. Answer number 2. The competition for the funding was fierce this time around, and the reviewers had very positive things to say about your project. We were unable to fund it this round, but please know that you can resubmit when we open the grant in 3 months. Saying the exact same thing, but one of those versions was much kinder. A challenge for many of us when we are in a conflict when we're dialoguing our differences is finding that kindness when you're hearing something you don't want to hear. And the last thing you actually want to do is listen. That can be challenging. But if we're dialoguing our differences, that is probably one of the most important things that we do, is actually listen. The pillar of skillful speech is to speak honestly. When you've listened well, you are able to speak with compassion. Our words are a powerful medium which can bring happiness or suffering. There's an old Hasidic tale of a villager who was feeling remorse for the harm his words had caused his neighbor. He went to his rabbi to seek advice, and the rabbi suggested that he go to town and buy a chicken and bring it back to him, and that on the way back, he pluck the feathers completely. When the man returned to the village, when the man returned with the featherless chicken, the rabbi told him to retrace his steps and gather every one of the scattered feathers. The man replied, well, that would be impossible. By now, the feathers were probably blown throughout the neighboring villages. The rabbi nodded in agreement, and the man understood. We can never really take back our words. And one of my favorite lines is, you cannot unscramble eggs. Once the words are out, they're out. Choose your words carefully. When I was in school, I was taught a process with the acronym STLC. S stands for stop. At times, noble silence is the most skillful speech. When, as we heard, someone's charged and there's all of these emotions going around, silence can often be the absolute best thing that you say. Be still. There's often beauty and gold in silence. Stop. Breathe. Think. The most important step in developing skillful speech is to think before speaking. This is called mindfulness of speech. Listen. Skillful speech has a gentle and kind partner called deep listening. And we've just learned exactly what that looks like. And then communicate. Often, when we're in a conflict, when we're dialoguing our differences, one of the things that we do, one of the first things that we do, is we start talking. We start doing all of these things that we learned about this morning. And it's something, it is innate. It's just our go-to response, what it is that we're looking to do. Because, of course, we want to share what we know. The last thing we should do is communicate, because we're spending time learning what is actually going on. Few things can improve the nature of our relationships as much as the development of skillful speech. Silence offers us and those around us the spaciousness that we need to speak more skillfully. When we speak with greater skill, our true self, our compassionate, loving self, emerges with gentle ease. So before you speak, stop, breathe, and consider what you are about to say. That will improve on the silence. Are you going to say something that's going to improve on the silence? There's a golden thread that is woven throughout all of these approaches to speak skillfully, and that thread is love. May love triumph. May love prevail. May love restore this world and guide us when dialoguing our differences. What I would like to do now, you've heard, stop, think, listen, and then communicate. So, tell me, how would you have that conversation with your friend who just totaled your car and you found out that they were laughing when the tow truck showed up? Talk to me. Yes. Okay. All right. Sure. Yes. Okay. Here, there, and then there. So, yes, sir.
I would ask my friend if she was hurt.
Okay. That's coming with compassion.
Thank you, that's kind of my thought. I would call my friend, go to my car, ask them for coffee, give them an opportunity to talk about what's happening, see if maybe it was a response.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes.
I would embrace them strongly, hardly, kiss them on the cheek.
There are some very kind and gentle people in here. Yes. Eric, did you? Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
If we change the question, if, say that was your 7-year-old son, how would that differ as far as how you would treat that scenario? Posing an adult that shouldn't know. Whatever, if they go that route, if it's so called, they're laughing out of bad intention. Or if it's intended for good. Now, a child, I'm not sure if they would understand the cause of that. You'd have to go with a different method, not using words, or how we understand.
Okay.
I'm curious about it.
All right. Yes. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Yes.
I would not express my feelings. I would tell them what you need to know.
Yes.
When I'm at my best, I wouldn't react to what they were doing. If I heard any laughter, I would like give overlook that and not judge like when they're laughing and they're here or they're not. This is what I'm always doing. But when I'm
Indeed. Mhm. 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 Yes. Mhm. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, yes?
Briefly, you could say I'm sorry if you use three different levels. Sorry about the car, I'm sorry about you, and you could approach it with humor by looking at the car and saying, how about them Yankees? Oh, damn Yankees!
Bringing humor into it can certainly work. Well, let me tell you what actually happened, because this happened to me. And it happened just as I was finishing up working on my master's in conflict resolution. Okay? So, one of the biggest challenges, of course, I was furious. I was absolutely livid. At first, oh, are you okay? And then I found out that she was laughing. Well, who laughs? Why would they do something like that? Whatever she hit it so hard that the engine ended up in the front seat. She lived, she walked away, she was perfectly fine. She was fine well enough to laugh about it. I was beside myself. And of course, conflict resolution. This is what I want to help people do when I grow up. And the conflict was, it was awful for me at the time. I had to take 2 weeks before I could really have a conversation with her. I was that angry. I had to spend a lot of time in silence, and I was praying, God, please help me. Help me. I can't do this, and I can't kill her. So I can't do this. And in that silence, what I ended up hearing was, be firm but kind. Now, another challenge was the fact that we worked the same place. And so I had to see this person every day. And I'm carrying all of this anger and trying to get my work done, and also not talk about everything that was going on, because I just wanted her to be gone and my car to be back. That's what I wanted. These are the realities when anger, when there is conflict. And people, I'm hearing some wonderful, wonderful things. You were some beautiful people, because you were coming from some places that I'm not even sure I know how to get there. And I certainly couldn't get there at that time. But what I did hear was, be firm but kind. And so what I did was I went through all the books that I was reading and everything, finding and pulling out information. What do I do and how do I handle this in a way that not only honors me, but honors her? And so the conversation, and a lot of when you do have a conflict, the location is important. And I wanted to make sure it was a place where other people were, so I didn't lose it in case she said something crazy. And so what I did was I reserved space, a conference room at the office, and we sat down with lunch, and I had the conversation, and I said, okay, we know exactly what happened. I didn't understand the nervousness and laughter at all. So I asked, that was one of my first questions. Okay, I need to know what that was all about. Well, when I get nervous, I laugh. Okay, that I understood. And I know that you don't have the money to pay for this. She wasn't on my insurance, so it certainly wasn't covered. So that car was a total loss for me. I had no transportation. But I still had to work with her. I had to be kind. I said, if ever you get money to help me with this, that would be great. But I understand what happened was an accident, because no one would do something like that. I know that it was an accident, and I know you don't have the money for this. What I want to do is make sure that this is not between you and I again. I had to let it go, and I had to forgive completely. There was never a conversation about it again. We were able to work, and she went on with her life, and I went on with mine. Now, don't think for 1 minute that I am so mature that I didn't talk about her when I got home. Because I did. I was still angry. But in time, what was most important was that I forgave her. And I absolutely had to do that. And even that was selfish, because that was for me, so that I wasn't carrying around all of this anger. I heard, be firm but kind. And that's what I did. And that's how I was able to resolve that situation. We never were fabulous, wonderful, you're my best friend ever. But there was no animosity. We were able to work together. And it was simply because I forgave her. That's what was necessary in that situation. When it comes to dialoguing differences, when it comes to conflict that you're having, if there's love and forgiveness, you can get past it and you can get through it. You mentioned about a child, and when you're dealing with someone who's young. When you are in a conflict, number one, if you approach them and speak to them the way you would a child, When a child does something wrong, you're going to be gentle with them. You're going to be loving and you're going to be kind. If we do that with all of the people that we have conflicts with, if we are loving and kind in the midst of that, it's going to be something that's going to be much easier to resolve. And I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my passion, which is helping people have difficult conversations.
In the main building, so you can take the long way up or you can take the short way up steps here and back, so whatever your preference is. We're going to start the breakout sessions at 1:30, so maybe if you can arrive a little bit early so I can tell everybody where the different breakouts are, and enjoy lunch. Yeah. Yeah, so I would just say put donations there. Yep. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, if you 1:20 is probably plenty of time. Okay.